started. We're live now.
All
Good.
right.
Good morning, everybody. We're at our second attempt to install the Zero cluster in kind of a hacky way, trying to work around some issues.
Yes. So actually, let me just talk about those briefly. So the problem that we ran into yesterday is that the installer gets to a point where it wants to talk to the machine configuration service on the target cluster, which requires connecting to it on port 22623. Now, unfortunately, there were recent changes in OpenShift that were, I believe, designed to prevent pods running on the cluster from contacting the local machine configuration service. And I think the concern there was exposing information that shouldn't be exposed or having an attack surface that you don't want to have. The problem is the way the rules were implemented, they are very broad blocks that prohibit any communication on those ports. So the installer is not able to talk to the machine configuration service on the remote cluster that we're trying to install. We're going to work around that by starting up the installer, waiting until the Hive container is running, and then manually going in and deleting the firewall rules that are blocking that communication. At least that's the plan. So that's what we're going to try. Let's make sure everything is turned off here. And they're all off. Excellent. All right. Now, come back here and I'll wait for that to kick off. Great. So since that's running, we should be able to go in and actually so let's be root here, and then actually down here, can I get a useful ID? Let's see if this is a useful ID. What we're trying to do now is identify the container running on the host here that is actually hosting this pod. That's not it. So that's not a useful ID. So maybe this will be more useful. I've got a better way of doing this. So we entered the pod. We'll just start up a command that we can look for. There we go. So now we can use the nsenter command to enter the pod namespace. Parent PID is this one. Network namespace. And we can see the IP tables rules in that pod. We are going to get rid of the first two forward and output roles.
Chris and Randy started applying in the operate first ops room, so I'm gonna invite them in here if so we can discuss it live.
Sure, absolutely. And if we take a look at the rules, That looks wonderful. And if we come down here, let's see. Let's get a connection to the provisioner up. The what now?
Lars, this is another VM.
Yes, I'm confused where this VM came from. And is it something that I can get rid of?
Yes, I think you can get rid of.
Because I don't want any IP conflicts to run us into unanticipated problems. All
yes,
right.
because yesterday we connected to another provisioner, I think, on your environment, on the previous CNV cluster. So
Right, because sorry, I connected to the wrong provisioning server. That is actually the problem there. Look what that worked. There we go. Okay, so that is running. It is presumably still waiting for networking, but what I want to do is a quick test. Do we have NC here? Yes. 22623. And if we come over here, we should be able to, from this pod, provisioner.zero.massopen.cloud 22623. All right, so we're still not getting that. So let's take a look then here at the host where we have the same rules. So we want forward 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. All right. And
Good morning, Chris.
Hey, good morning.
hey, Chris.
Hello.
So I'll tell you our hacky solution we're trying here, Chris. I don't know if you were following the issue in GitHub. So the issue is that there are rules both in the container namespace and on the host that prevent communication with port 22623 anywhere. Right. And so we're trying to go in and modify the rules both in the container once it's started and also on the host and permit that communication. That's the plan.
Okay.
And testing that out right now. So before I do anything else here, should this allow pretty much anything? Yes. Okay, great. That's actually making it over here. That's all I wanted to know. So why isn't that? Well, let's just see here. Am I getting my syntax correctly there? That looks like that was correct. We have NC here. Yes, we do. So we're still running into problems there.
This This is a routing problem, though, not a.
No, it's not.
Right.
No, it's not a routing problem. Typically, that usually means that someone's got IP tables rule in place that's sending a host unreachable ICMP reply. So you get a routing error, but that's not usually what it means. So just making sure we are in the right place. Let's come out of here. That looks fine. Okay. And our default route is via BREX. Can I do this here? Yes. And that's ENO2. And we don't have this, so we have to do so that is going out. That's great. 185.103. Master provisioning, so that's going to be tcdump.i nic1. And we see it coming in, and we don't see a reply going out, which means it's probably a problem here. I'm going to assume it's working since we weren't getting this far yesterday. I'm a little bit suspicious. So we have everything is except rules forward. Well, shouldn't be hitting the forward rules. Yeah, it's totally getting here. I guess we'll just wait and see. Get rid of that rule. Come back here. I can get out of this window. And at this point, we have a VM up and running. And great, it's gotten that far. And we have our ironic services are up and running at this point. So let's start getting some console windows open. Let's come here. Oh yes, because we need to start a proxy up. All right, and we bring up one system, two systems. And 3 systems. So that gives us console windows on all of the controllers. And we watch, make sure those boot up now.
And just for information, the provisioner node of the ACM Hive is reporting still creating with 11 minutes, 40 seconds elapsed, which means we have approximately another 20 minutes to wait.
Yeah.
So Lars, if the Ironic API server comes up, we should be able to access it, right?
Yeah, so the Ironic server is up. These servers, the console screens we're looking at right now are the bare metal consoles, and they're coming up because Ironic is controlling the hardware at this point.
Okay.
And they're in theory entering inspection.
Okay. And then what you just did a while ago was to relax the rules on port 22623, right?
Right, and that is the machine configuration service. That's not Ironic.
Okay. So I did check on our environment, and we do have those relaxed rules. I'm not sure how it was set. We do use some automation.
What version of OpenShift are you running on?
We're running on 4.6.18.
I suspect that's the issue. I think that the changes in the firewall rules may be more recent than that. Okay. And but actually, you know what? I take that back. We're running 4.6 on the mock infra cluster also, so I don't know. But this is apparently a problem that's, there's a bug open on it now. There were changes to the installer. So what's happening is, I guess the installer is trying to grab information so it can provide it to the nodes as part of their configuration drive. So it's trying to fetch a chunk of information from the MCS service. Mm-hmm. And I think the immediate fix is they're going to roll back that change rather than fixing the firewall rules, which sounds like that is, for some reason, a more complicated change.
So do you feel that this is something that happened recently? Because
so let me find, I've got a bug in here somewhere for
the original bug that you sent out in the ticket was like, or the fix was 2019, right?
But that was the issue where it sounds like they first started making some of these changes to the firewall rules, but they wouldn't necessarily have impacted anything until the installer started trying to do stuff. But this here is the current bug. So 193.6443 is the one that was just opened yesterday. And Steve Hardy looks like he's got the bug assigned to him right now.
Okay.
And they're planning to revert a particular change in the installer. So let's see how recent that was. So this was just merged in December, where the behavior of the installer changed.
Yeah.
Maybe another workaround that just occurred to me. What if all of we're trying right now fails? What if we try to install a 4.6 cluster and then upgrade it using via the ACM?
So here, in theory, the problem is, well, actually, that's a good question. The problem is that what the installer is trying to do, but I guess if we were installing 4.6, we'd be getting a different version of the installer as well. So potentially, yes. I mean, the alternative is just to do a IPI install by hand, as it were, and then import the cluster into ACM after your install is completed.
Well, I mean, no, we do have, like I said, in my lab, we do have a OCP 4.6.18 that we can provision. So it's just a matter of making sure what the configurations are.
Right. So, but for this particular problem, there is no workaround other than what we're trying right now. It's not a configuration issue. But again, if we tried a different version, or if we just did the 4.7 install by hand and then imported the cluster afterwards, we'd end up in the same place.
I don't want to rely on a cluster that we just like. I would rather see us solving the problem and offering some interim solutions. So if we will be considering installing the API install way and then plugging it back to the ACM, I would rather provision a cluster from AWS or somewhere and use that as an interim solution for the operate first and debug this properly and solve it properly.
Sure. I mean, I don't think that there's any additional debugging to do. We know what the problem is. The developers know what the problem is, and they're working on a fix. So the ACM the ACM install mechanism just runs an IPI install. So we'd end up with exactly the same thing. We just get there via 2 steps instead of 1 step. Okay, so 2 of those have reported in. Looks like this one is still waiting.
Okay, I need to drop. I need to go to an appointment. Sorry,
Sure.
guys.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks, you guys.
All right.
All right, so all 3 have reported in and just had a question. We've got drives on all of them. Excellent.
Yeah, the provisioner usually takes a bit longer to notice.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we don't have JQ, right? can do that from here. All right. So the log on the right here is the Hive container, in case people are wondering what we're watching there.
The last one took 31 minutes.
So we may still have some time to wait.
Seems like it's done.
Oh, nice.
It moved one stage further.
Yep. So in that case, it's in theory, that looks exciting. That seems like not very effective feedback there. There we go. So in theory, what it's doing now is it's grabbing the disk images and writing them to local disk. Do we get the same information here? Well, we've absolutely made it further than we made it yesterday.
We have new logs in the file.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen now in theory is the APIs will start coming up on the controller nodes. Bring those consoles back up so we can see what's going on.
So we're 4 people or other people on stream sitting in silence and watching black screens.
Yes, it's exactly as exciting as we expected it to be.
So far, we are not complaining about the silence.
And Anand just started complaining.
But if we are talking, it's mean that we are in trouble.
So in the morning, we were contemplating with Marcel what to do with our provisioning, and if this doesn't turn out as we expect it to turn out, and what we should do for critical workloads. And we kind of thought that we can provision a cluster in AWS just for the time being as an interim solution until we have a solution for this cluster. And I've been playing with ACM in the morning and discovered a really funny bug.
Yes.
Yes.
Another one.
With escaping names of the cluster.
I saw that bug report. What inspired you to try naming the cluster that?
I've wanted to name it null because that's German for zero. And
that would be a terrible idea.
It definitely is a terrible idea, but I try to input it nevertheless, and it was the result.
So actually, I'm curious, did you get the install to finish?
I didn't.
Because what I wonder is whether the installer, when targeting AWS, has the same issue that we're seeing here with bare metal, or whether it operates via a different mechanism, so it's not an issue.
When I tried provisioning via AWS, but that was not for 7, but for 6.
Right.
So that worked just fine. I didn't get to the actual provisioning today. It was like I've been trying those crazy names like null, true, false, and it actually allowed me to hit the create button, but then it failed on API validation. So that was funny. But we can try in the meantime to provision via AWS and see if we're successful. And by Ilana, sorry, I was talking and she had to drop.
So in theory, what these systems are doing right now is starting up all of the pods that implement the Kubernetes APIs. I'm poking around to see if we can get any kind of progress information other than waiting, but I don't think we can at this point. Is that a question? Nope, not yet.
So it says waiting up to 30 minutes. That would be 14 more minutes left, I suppose.
And usually it takes at least 20 minutes.
At this stage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can these timeouts not be adjusted, or is that?
I don't know that there are knobs to adjust them at all right now. I don't mind the timeouts, but what would be nice is if there is a higher degree of feedback during this stage of the process.
I think better feedback during the whole process would be better. Like watching pods logs is not something you would ACM user expect to do, right?
Sure, having like a progress bar or a current stage of the install in the cluster UI would be nice. And in fact, just had a question. What does that look like right now? So if we come back here, yeah. So having something here other than spinning creating for an hour and a half would probably be a nice UI enhancement.
And this is the same for any provider.
Yeah.
It just looks the same, so
yeah,
it can be improved.
You're telling me creating isn't enough?
Well, the bug that we got before actually made the view details link to the pod logs also inactive, right? So at some stage, we were left in complete blank, like you can't.
Do we know like what this stage is supposed to be doing after the master deployments are completed?
Well,
like
I think
when it
that
says
what's
waiting for bootstrapping to complete.
I think what that means is it's still waiting for all of the API services to come up on the masters.
Oh,
and
no, my sound.
As we see these messages popping up on the consoles here,
Wait.
That's typically in response, or as we see the consoles refreshing, that's typically in response to containers coming up and things like that. So that suggests that there is still activity going on. But yeah, it would be nice if there was a little bit more detail provided.
Right.
And then once the masters are set up, we will get another round of this waiting for all the work nodes, right? So
right, but we should be able to interact with the console UI at that point.
True.
Which is not alive yet.
Something moved.
Yep.
And it's not dead yet. That means
No.
it's a good thing.
Waiting for up to 1 hour.
Gives a percentage complete. That's nice.
Yes.
It
Although
usually
it
doesn't mean
started at
anything.
79%, so I'm a little suspicious.
Oh, wow. Did it?
Well, so I will say, though, that the API responds now at that URL. We don't have credentials yet, so we can't actually log into it, but it's there. I see it's dialed back its estimate of percent completion there.
Or it's undone all the stuff. We do have the credentials though in ACM.
Do we, or do they show up? Do they show up already?
They are in there from the beginning, I think.
Ooh, where? I thought that the kubeadmin password was generated during the install.
No, the username/password, if you click reveal, it's gonna reveal those, so don't click it. But I can.
We can see that.
Pardon me? There. Oh, interesting. Hide credentials. Just bring this back over here.
Sneaky. The percentage number is really interesting how it's jumping.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know exactly how it calculates that. It's also interesting to note that at this point, it has taken down the Bootstrap VM. So the Bootstrap VM is no longer driving the install process.
Which means we successfully work around the issue.
Oh yeah, no. As soon as the whole install process started on the consoles here, we knew that we had worked around the issue from yesterday.
Good. Another interesting thing about the ACM is how it's creating a namespace based on the cluster name. So whatever you do, you can't create a cluster which is named after any namespace you already have, because then
No, actually, I
cause a
think it
conflict.
doesn't. I don't think it creates the namespace after the cluster name. I think that you get to pick the namespace. So like if I do add a cluster, create a cluster here, cluster name, blah, 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 blah.
And that's propagated into the namespace.
Oh, that's funny. I thought that
You can do that with cluster, with the provider connection. You can do that.
Right.
But you
And
can't do
the reason that they do that with provider connection is so that you can create a provider connection that exists outside of the cluster namespace. Like I've put both of these in default so you can reuse them. But that's interesting. That does seem like a problem because it also means that you can end up with confusingly named namespaces, even if you don't have a conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Interesting. But so I wonder if that's a requirement or if that's just a behavior of the UI, because in theory, if you're submitting the YAML yourself, you could, of course, put it all in whatever namespace you want. So maybe that's just a UI issue.
The documentation specifies like it's gonna create a namespace for the cluster, and each cluster has a separate namespace and things like that.
Sure, but it doesn't. But when you're submitting the YAML, it's not creating the namespace. You are. That would be an interesting test. So if you were prototyping the AWS installs, that would be a great opportunity to try that. To just modify your YAML to deploy in a different namespace and see if it breaks. Creating. Oh, it's interesting. Looks like all of the other nodes have powered on at this point. I'm going to close some. Goes here. Just bring up a couple of representative. All right, well, that one seems like it's doing the right thing. Let's come over here.
Like the timeout is 1 hour for a reason, right? So
mean, I'm sure the timeouts are conservative also, so that in general, I think you can expect things to complete sooner than that.
On the other hand, we had like that 30 minutes timeout.
Yeah.
And we were waiting 20 minutes. So based on that, we should be waiting 40 minutes for this to come up.
Anything new here? Nope, nothing new here. So if it's waiting for, if one of the services waiting for is the ingress service, I bet it has to wait for the workers to come up before it gets past this stage. Because I believe that the ingress routers run on the worker nodes.
So I found this bug for ACM, and it says won't fix, and the cluster should be named the same as the namespace where it's created, which is interesting.
Oh, interesting. Won't fix. Huh.
I think that can lead to funny behaviors.
So we need to think of a legitimate cluster name that conflicts with an existing OpenShift namespace, and then try to create a cluster and then open a bug.
Like a default cluster or something.
That seems like a perfectly reasonable name for a cluster, actually. That's a good example right there.
It would allow you to create the cluster, but I would be worried about deleting that cluster from ACM, because that would delete the default namespace.
Right. I am a little suspicious on this node here, which still thinks its host name is localhost. We'll see if that improves. This one seems happy. Let's check some other ones. So that one there. That one is at a blank screen. That's worker 2. Let me just arrange these so that we can tell which is which. So that's work 0. This is work 1. This is work 2. And hey, as long as we're at it, this isn't going to work. Come back. I guess I closed that one already. Okay. So this is sto1, and this is sto2. Now, if only I could leave my screen like this and actually use it, that might be more useful.
You should use some tiling manager.
Just get a really big monitor.
Or a projector.
I would need a wall for that.
Go to your nearest theater.
You're right.
It's not being used anyways.
So everybody seems alive except our friend here. So we're about like a half hour, I think, into our timeout right now. Does that seem about right?
No idea. Yes. Yeah, probably.
Okay.
So does the viewer count include us, or is that like 5 additional people besides us?
That should be 5 people watching the stream.
But does that include us, or is that other people?
No, we're not watching the stream. We're
Okay.
on the Google Meets.
Gotcha.
It's a different URL. Yeah.
So if this one stays like this, I'm bored. Is 312, 312. Okay, we don't need that one anymore. Seems healthy. Leave these here. Check our friends here. That one seems up. That one seems up. Oh, hey, we have an update. We're 97% complete now.
The time it took to go from 94 to 96 was a lot less than 96 to 97. These are not equally spaced.
Well, that's interesting.
That doesn't look like a successful OpenShift running.
Well,
on this
so
node.
if it depends at what point it got stuck. If it got stuck before the install started, then this is fine, and it should enter the install and finish provisioning this node, and everything will be just great. So I guess we'll see what happens here. What I don't know is whether the cluster will finish installing with one of the nodes not up yet. I'm hoping it will, because there should be sufficient nodes to run all the necessary services.
Imagine debugging those issues all day long as your daily job. It's like you're spending just 2 hours trying to spin up something, and then you hit the issue you're trying to debug, and then you do it again and again.
Story of my life.
Yeah.
Having been through this already before. And I also do OpenStack installs, which make this look like a simple and quick process.
So you're kind of a masochist, right?
Or just really unfortunate. And for what it's worth, our experience yesterday, where we tried installing what should be a mature, stable product, and we immediately ran into a significant installer bug that prevented anything from working, is a fairly common experience.
Got an update, 99%.
Oh, excellent. I'm really wondering whether this system here is going to be successful.
I think the installer is just making the percentage up.
What do the numbers mean? Like 662 of 668?
It's number of containers.
Oh,
Probably, yeah, or pods or something.
Yeah. Or just a random number.
Right.
There was probably somebody as nosy as we are and just was pushing for a better reporting on these stuff, so they made up some
Well, exactly. They wanted
Per
feedback
second.
of the install process, and we're going to make the same request, right? They're going to have to make up new random numbers. So I am suspicious that this node is not going to come up because it's throwing some 404 errors during the install, but that might be okay. And I'm also a little suspicious of this one, which has been sitting here in the lifecycle controller for a while.
It's 1 out of 3 success rate.
No, remember we have six worker nodes, and 4 of them came up successfully, which should be more than enough to host all of the necessary services. So in theory, the install will complete, and then we'll just reinstall these, maybe using the OpenShift services.
So
we'll
we're
find out.
we have 9 nodes available. 3 of those are master, out of which we successfully seems to be installing just 1.
No, the controllers, we have all 3 up and running. And then we have 4 of the worker nodes running also.
Yes.
We have this one here failing inspection now, and we have this one here which seems to be stuck in hardware.
Got an
So-
update. Cluster operator authentication is not available. I don't know what that means.
Well, it tells us that it's, yeah, I see. Interesting. I was going to say, it told us that authentication was one of the services that hadn't come up yet, so maybe that's expected. I don't know. All right.
The console is up. It's responding in browser.
All right, that's not going anywhere. So let's see here, 1735 is this one here. We're going to try the same thing.
So the console booted up and it allowed me to log in.
Excellent. You're ahead of me.
It's reporting 3 master nodes and 4 worker nodes, all of them ready.
That sounds accurate.
And it's reporting provisioning on the 2 worker nodes. All of the 3 storage nodes are up. 1 worker node is up, and the rest is provisioning. install completed successfully in the provisioner log.
Excellent. And did it go and log our kubadmin password here on the screen in front of us? No. Good.
No.
All right. Well, fantastic. We have a running cluster. Probably have to poke these machines by hand later, but I think
Now
we're going to chalk that up as hardware problems.
Mm-hmm. I would agree.
All right. So what's our next step?
Now we should wait for the ACM to finish the installing of the applications, the settings, the application manager and Cert policy controller and things like that. And once that's done,
bring this over here briefly. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if you click on the settings, once those are available and installed successfully, we should have everything set up on the cluster.
All right.
As well as have a secret for Argo CD created on the infra cluster. Hopefully.
We may not be able to use that one if it's named after 0 unless we rename the Argo CD apps destinations again. But
I think we can rename the applications and use the Argo ACM provided secret.
Yeah, that's fine. Do we know what it's going to be? It's just 0, right?
It should be 0.
Okay.
Yeah. But we will find out.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go to a one-on-one in like a minute, but I'll be back
All right.
after.
And we have it.
All right.
We have a 0 cluster secret in Argo CD namespace on the infra.
Nice. That's sick. Love it.
That means we can use, and the name, property name of the secret is 0, which means we can just rename the application destination in Argo CD to a 0 cluster instead of MOC-0. And that should be all that we need to set in there, right?
Yep. I think right now it just has a MOC prefix that you would.
Yeah. Should I update your PR and just...
Yeah, I'll accept the changes.
Okay.
Okay, I gotta go. Bye-bye.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay. So... how's that looking? It's provisioning. Nice.
I think it is lying. Well, maybe not, actually. No, I think this one is not going to make any progress on its own. We'll see about the other one. So do we close down our call at this point?
No.
Or do we go and can we monitor Argo CD and see what's happening on the cluster?
Yes. I'm gonna probably grab the screen share from you.
All right.
And I'm gonna continue over here.
I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break and let the nodes pick up maybe. And we will continue with Argo CD then.
All right. See you folks shortly.
See you in 5 minutes.
I'm back.
We just agreed on with Lars to have a 5-minute break, and then
Oh,
we'll continue
yeah,
for the city.
that's fine. That's cool.
So
Are you taking a break or are you prepping the PR? If not,
I'm
then I can.
I'm prepping the PR right now. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to remove the cluster secret from the existing one in the deployment repo while you do that.
Mm-hmm. And while is Lars not here, I'm gonna steal the show.
Go for it. I want to close the old PR.
So, hello back. Welcome back. I'm stealing your screen share.
Go right ahead.
Okay, I linked the PR for the CD repo.
And I'm gonna
And-
check the stream how that appears. Oh, good. Stealing your screen share.
Go right ahead.
Interesting. Okay, so
Okay, I'm taking a look at the PR real quick.
what we did in the meantime, I've updated Humer's PR in Argo CD apps. This one with a different cluster name.
Do we need to, any of the operators that are in the apps repo, do we need to deploy those before we start deploying Argo CD, or are we good to?
What do you mean?
Sorry,
Well,
not Argo CD. Okay, yeah, wait, sorry. That was okay. I keep forgetting that we have it in the infrastructure now.
But hold on a
now.
second. There's
Yeah.
here's an interesting question though. We don't have storage configured on the cluster yet.
hmm
And do we have that in the repository? Because that's certainly not something we tested because we had that already, prior configured in advance before we started doing the Argo CD work. And that's probably a necessary prerequisite for a lot of this stuff because we're going to want to be able to allocate persistent volume claims.
we have not here.
Argo CD doesn't use PVCs.
Right, but some of the resources it deploys.
Yeah, but it would deploy the storage stuff too, wouldn't it? So,
Yes, we have the.
And everything else would just be pending until that was available.
We do have the local storage and the Kubeflow and what's the other thing?
I was just wondering, like, if we needed anything before installing Argo CD, because I think we've tried to sync up the other operators and their CRs as in the apps repo that Argo CD will deploy. So it should be okay, right?
It should, yes.
If it isn't, then we need to fix it.
We should have all the PRs in place. I'm gonna check that out.
Okay, I want to approve the rename.
So we have this PR in Argo CD apps, which is renaming this destination in all the application specs to this name, which is hidden in here in the secret in Argo CD project, which was provisioned from this bit. How it's called? Clusterlet add-on config. So this line in the clusterlet add-on config, this one actually created a secret in the Argo CD namespace. Magic.
Did it just decide to use the Argo CD namespace, or is that specified somewhere?
That's a hard-coded thing.
Wow, lucky for us, we use that namespace then.
it's a namespace name that the GitOps operator for Argo CD is using, so that's meant to work together. Therefore, it's creating it here.
That's really lucky because we didn't always use that namespace. Okay, okay.
So this is on the zero cluster. We have all the machines except these two available. It should be fine for now. Right now, we don't have much installed anywhere. So we should be able to, with this PR merged.
All right, gonna merge it. Oh, you merge it, it's my PR.
I'm gonna merge it. We should get this.
We will need to redeploy the CD repo probably. So let me look at the steps that we created. So
It should refresh from the app of apps.
the cluster, because this is in the cluster management. Wait, app of apps is not. It's in the operate first project, right? So we should.
That's fine.
Because
This
it
is-
has destinations, I think, on which clusters it can deploy, and the cluster thing changed. Is it not reporting an error?
Let me check. It's showing this diff, which should be fine, and it's not auto-syncing. So we should sync just the cluster resources first. And let's see what it does.
Okay.
So none and cluster resources. Correct? Synchronize. And now cluster resources. That's expected. Okay. And now it's syncing all these things. Is it? Does it have auto-sync? It does. So it's syncing all those namespaces and stuff for the cluster management. So we should start seeing namespaces on the zero cluster, and we are. Namespaces are appearing in here. Good. Namespaces are synced. Let me filter these out of sync things. Okay, this is expected. OpenShift storage, Istio system. That's slowly working towards being synced. Let me bring this window out. And we're starting to see operators being deployed. So fingers crossed for this. And if we did all the channels right, it should succeed.
Yeah, some of them are already succeeded. So,
Wow.
Storage cannot up.
That's
Give it a bit.
expected. That's
Yeah,
expected. It takes a while.
Okay.
Installing. Good. Kubeflow may not be ready. We may use not yet released thing, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, we're using wrong channel. We should be using stable channel. Okay. We're going to fix that in a PR, but we don't need Kubeflow right now, right?
That's correct.
Okay, we can fix it later on. Projects. This looks successful.
While we're waiting, Tom, can you look at these PRs so we can merge them in and update the other projects? So I think, and I'm going to merge the 124 and like to redeploy those changes so we can enable the
Update project.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Good. Should I merge it?
I merged 124.
Okay.
If you're cool with 126, gonna merge that as well before
I'm gonna approve it and merge it.
Cool. So
And merge. Ta-da. Done. This is done.
okay.
What we're waiting on right here is system. Some roles while you're waiting on that. Role bindings. Okay. We have some failures in here. Namespace text on pipelines is still, yeah, because it's waiting for.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Do we have a namespace for Tecton? Well, that's not probably important right now.
Isn't that created by?
No, it's not. Okay, we may need to add those namespaces in there, but for now, I think we can prepare or sync the other applications that are
Not yet.
for the cluster management. So the actual local storage and things like that.
I'm going to redeploy Argo CD, which is only gonna update the projects, and it's going to remove the old secret, so it's not fighting with the new one.
Okay.
So give me 1 sec.
In the meantime, I'm gonna find out the application we want to deploy right now. That's the local storage. We can do this. That's harmless. And we can do this. No, we need to wait for it.
Okay. Get blank. Right now we have 0. If you go to clusters, we might actually have to delete this manually. But if you go to the gear and if you go to clusters, we'll have 0 and MOCCNV. These two can be fighting with each other. So once we've deployed it, if that we're going to have to manually remove that secret, the MOCCNV one.
I don't
you can
think
do that.
they would fight because they are pointing to a different URL and no application is
Oh yeah,
choosing
right. They
that
are. You're
as,
right.
as a different destination.
Yeah. You're right. Okay. Can you confirm that the projects have the new destinations? So, yeah. Okay.
Mhm. This is from project. Yes, it has a new destination in here. That's fine.
Awesome.
That's propagated. And what we just realized with Anand is that the Tecton pipelines and the Istio system namespace is probably created from the Kubeflow, so we should wait with it for now, and we'll see what it does. Right now, we will sync not the local storage and the kubeflow because that's harmless. Okay?
Yep.
So synchronizing those two apps. It's the kubeflow and local storage.
And cluster resources has so many resources. Gonna filter.
This one is important because it's setting up the persistent storage on the cluster.
Mm-hmm.
And once that's done, which seems to be done just fine, local storage. See what we have. Yes.
It's running.
It's running. And do we have persistent volumes? We have the local block storage class, which is what we wanted, right? Large.
Sorry, say again?
That the local storage should provide us with the local block storage class, correct?
It should, yes.
Yes, which is successful. Good. Then we can sync the Ceph.
Yeah. Let's do it.
So we have the local block storage, but I don't think we have our local volumes yet, which means Ceph won't have anything to deploy onto.
What do we got to deploy for that?
That is an excellent question, which I will have to look up in my old repository here. 1 second.
I think that goes directly from the local storage because the storage cluster is referencing the local block storage class.
I believe we should see some volumes that correspond to local disks here. Give me a second.
In the meantime, I'm gonna fix the keyword channel. So what we're looking at right now in here is that Kubeflow wants us to use stable channel instead. So I'm gonna.
We'll come back to that now.
I see
Alana.
that I missed a lot of things. So the installation was successful, right?
Mostly. We have 2 machines that failed to install, but that did not prevent the cluster from installing.
Wow.
I'm poking at those. I need to make sure that they've been successfully deleted from the metal cubed ironic instance first, and then I will re-add them and see what happens. Right now we're looking at some storage questions.
Okay, cool.
So this should. This should fix the Kubeflow.
Okay, it's merged.
Okay.
Well, I guess go ahead and try the OCS install and see what happens.
I'm gonna sync the Kubeflow now, and then we will go with the Ceph thing, with the OCS. Yeah. This is synced. And
Oh, hold on a second. I wonder, just a second, before you don't do OCS yet.
I'm not doing anything.
Okay. Where is this? Can we see this resource in here? Let's see.
This was updated. Requires approval. Let's approve it. Kubeflow is installing. I believe the CSO should pick it up directly.
So the reason why I'm suspicious is because if we look at the, I'm trying to figure out the best way to looking at this. If we look at the local storage volume, let me bring that up here real quickly and then maybe share my screen. That's going to be OC get. Yeah, that'll do it. All right, so let me find my presentation window. I'm going to present here briefly. My screen, this screen, share this screen. Find the window with useful stuff in it. Yes. Make sure I'm authenticated. Yep. All right, so if we look at the local volume resource, the part that I'm suspicious about, there's a node selector here, which I believe is looking for a specific node label, which we haven't applied yet since we just installed the cluster. So I think so is that a label or is that an annotation? Let's go back to that briefly. What's it looking for? So let's see if we can answer that question. OpenShift, local storage operator, node selector. That's fine. Is that going to tell us? I think that is, okay, it looks like that is selecting based on labels. All right. So that suggests that we need to add, did I have that here? Yes.
Can ACM add those labels for us?
Probably, right? Oh, can ACM? So the question there is whether we can pre-configure the installation manifest to include node labels. And I think we should record that as a question.
Mm-hmm. And we have the persistent volumes populated.
There we go. That's what we were waiting for. That looks much better. All right.
Yes. So I'm gonna steal the show back.
All right, go ahead. Steal the show. I'm going to stop presenting.
Okay. Good. We have the persistent volumes. We have the local storage.
So I have a question for you, though. Let's say that ACM, for whatever reason, can't apply those labels. Can we make that part of the Argo CD configuration?
Can add it as a patch. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
All right.
And KubeVirt is installing. Seems successfully. This is nice. So KubeVirt is available. Local storage is available, and we can do Ceph right now.
I question the UI design decisions that led to this page we're looking at.
It's, yeah. I think
Yes.
they're looking to revamp it at some point. It's it explodes really fast.
Yeah.
I think it's intended for like small applications and
right.
Like you have this traffic view and things like that. It's nice, but it doesn't
The
scale.
upcoming changes are more like mono, like big app friendly and stuff. So hopefully it's temporary.
Okay, so we're installing the container storage. And we should be seeing things. Shift storage namespace. So the Ceph, Rook, and Nuba is starting. Okay, how's the Nuba looking? Not yet. Okay, but at this point, we should be set up to install the applications, right? Homer, I don't
Yeah.
think anything should be blocking us.
No, I think we're good.
Should I sync it all?
That's we can do it. I mean, I don't see any. I think it'll just queue it regardless. So like, if you try to sync it, it's not going to like try to sync all apps at once. There'll be a queue.
Okay. Well, let's try it then. I'm afraid to
God.
hit the button. I hit it. I did it. I did it.
Yeah.
I didn't want to.
Let's see. So it's going to be a lot of apps that are going to get. So yeah, I'm already seeing them getting synced, which is nice. Cluster logging.
Can you send the link to the Argo CD so I can
Yeah.
also see it
Sure.
in details? Thank you.
Let me know if you can see that stuff. I think you should be able to.
You need to log in using the OpenShift credentials, but you should be able to see the stuff. And based on like role-based access, but you and Lars should have
cluster admin. So
cluster
Do we
admins.
have, is SSO functioning yet, or are we still just logging as kubeadmin?
SSO should be functioning, but I didn't check that.
It doesn't matter. I was just able to load it without authentication, probably because I'm logged in as kubeadmin already.
For me, it's asking authentication access to request an access.
Actually, so what am I? So when I connect, I'm looking at a thing with a bunch of cards that have labels like user 1 and user 7 and user 8 and user 17. What is that telling me?
Yeah, log out and log back in.
Oh, log out and log back in?
Mm-hmm.
Those are the workshop applications.
I see. Oh, and now it wants me to do credentials and stuff. All right.
Cluster resources.
I don't see the SSO in the out of sync. I feel
yeah,
like
me neither.
So it should have synced.
So SSO just worked for me. Seems to be running.
Lucky you.
That's on the infra cluster though, right?
Oh yeah, sorry, that is the infra cluster, right? Because that's where RCD is running, of course.
Yeah, I get that mixed up too.
So Oauth is synced though.
Okay.
This is live on I will say OpenShift 0. This was updated from Lars PR. That should be correct.
Should be. Haven't tested it before. Oh, I don't think, yeah, SSO on the zero cluster isn't even active yet. It doesn't prompt for selecting an authentication source. It just expects you to enter a username and password.
Yeah.
Well, let's see here. If we go down to user management, no. If we go down to administration, or just here, cluster OAuth configuration.
I'm having trouble to get into the console now. Okay. The zero cluster doesn't like me anymore.
Huh, you're with the kubeadmin credentials?
I'm not logged in at all.
Interesting.
I can't load up the console now.
Let me see what happens if I try bringing that back myself in a private window. Get here. Tom, what happens when you try logging in? Do you get an error or some other behavior?
I can't even load the page.
I see. So what I'm getting now, so I brought up a private window and tried to log in, and it took the username and password, but now it seems to have entered an infinite cycle of invalid cookie errors where it's just constantly redirecting itself. Well, that's exciting.
You can try. Oh,
I'm open to suggestions.
Now let's see here. My window that I was already logged into seems to still be working.
Yeah.
I could delete the OAuth configuration and see if that makes things start working again.
Yeah, let's try that.
Delete OAuth. Let's see if it will let me do it. Ha!
it might sync it again. I'm gonna turn off auto sync on cluster resources and app of apps.
Done.
Oh, app of apps is already off.
I'm turning it off for the cluster resources.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Well, at least I tried. I don't know if it's
Yeah,
still
you
there.
gotta keep going at it for. Yep, there. That's done.
All right. So oddly enough, in the UI, I can select delete OAuth, and then I get a little confirmation window with cancel and delete buttons, and the delete button doesn't do anything. But let me try that from the CLI here and just see what happens. Oh, it says, no, you can't do that. Okay, maybe I can edit it. It says, deleting required oauth.config.openshift.io resource named cluster is not allowed. So maybe we can't do that, but maybe we can edit it. And let's see here. Maybe we can turn identity providers into an empty list. All right, so let's come back here and reload this page. And what do we have? Okay, so there are no more identity providers defined for this cluster. Try logging back in, see if it works any better. No, I'm still getting this same error.
Yeah.
Well, the CLI works. You can do your stuff there. Let's see. What else can we do? I mean, let's see here, workloads, pods, look for the console. I'm just seeing if there's any errors in the console terminals. Well, we are getting lots and lots of TLS handshake errors. Hey, do you want me to share my screen, or can you folks see these logs?
Yeah, let's share your screen.
All right, let me.
It's better than my blank window. And we're doing it for the views, right?
So here is one of the console logs, which is now logging these TLS handshake errors.
Mm-hmm.
And if we come back here to the other console one, we are, let's scroll down to the bottom. It's thinking, there we go.
Proxy error context cancelled.
And before that, forbidden URLs. I wonder if we broke something.
I don't know, maybe with the Let's Encrypt certificate propagation.
Maybe. So let's take a look at that. That would be affecting this URL. So we just grab this. So it's still using the self-signed ingress certificate. It's not using the Let's Encrypt one yet. And that only impacts the routers. That doesn't impact any internal communication. We can try killing and restarting the console pods.
Yeah.
Which I have just done. Let's close these. Refresh this page. And there are 3 pods in the terminating state. This is, which console am I on here? This is not the right place to be looking. I want to be looking at the 0 cluster. Let's get rid of this window here. There we go. And we want workloads, pods.
I don't think that's going to work if the
I don't think so. I think
console
you're
is
right.
running.
Yeah, it hasn't come back up yet. So I'm looking at the, let me just bring this over here. Okay, they've finished terminating, so that looks better. And make sure I'm logged in the right place. Yes. So if we come back here.
They are not ready yet. They are not reporting.
Were they showing not ready here? Oh, yes, they are showing not ready there. Okay. Nope. Stop that. Request to OAuth issuer endpoint, blah, 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 failed. Certificate signed by unknown authority. Well, that's a pretty explicit error.
Okay. Did we left the CNV name somewhere?
Well, let's take a look at the certificate that's here.
Yeah, I'm getting the same certificate in browser.
Right, but that's the internal self-generated certificate. That's nothing that should have been modified by what we were doing.
This was generated in the installation process, or did we inject it?
No, this is not something that we inject. This is something that's created by the cluster. It manages its own internal certificates. The only thing that we do, that we handle, is the external facing certificates in the default routers.
Okay.
All right, well, that's exciting. So does anyone happen to know an OpenShift subject matter expert?
Silence. I'm wondering if we deployed Kubeflow. Because the Kubeflow shouldn't be deployed yet, right? Because it
No, it should not.
a Cert
We don't have the
manager.
app yet.
Yeah, I saw the PR.
Mm.
Good. That's good. It's not deployed.
So we fix it now and then we break it again later.
Well, I don't know what to do with this error message. So we can log a support request right now, but it will probably be tomorrow before we hear from anybody.
Oh, did we have an ACM controller that generated certificates for us?
I don't think that, I mean, all of the internal certificates are supposed to be handled by signers and requests within the cluster, I think, and they rotate automatically and whatnot. I don't think ACM would be involved in that. I could be wrong.
Because this one is like the URL here is not, it looks like the external one, right?
Oh.
Sorry, unpack that a little bit. I'm not following you.
Like this URL that you just highlighted, right? That's an external one, isn't it?
It's not one that's handled by the default router, I don't think. Actually, maybe it is, but it's still using a internally generated certificate.
I'm looking at the Cloud Red Hat OpenShift cluster management for this cluster right now, and it's reporting authentication failing as a cluster operator failing. So the cluster operator authentication.
Right.
pointing me to this URL, but you know, we would need to access it via CLI.
Yeah, I have to poke at that. Can we get actually? So first of all, what do these pods look like? Crash loop, back off. All right.
Inconsistent
It's better.
header.
There we go. Inconsistencies between private key and certificate loaded from PEM file. Okay. Let's look at that problem. So let's grab the secrets here. And data q-r data dot. I spelled that wrong, didn't I? No. Oh, yes, I did. Dot. All right. Okay, great. And then we want to grab the key. And just move this over here a second. All right, so just first, the first thing I wanted to check is whether the key itself is valid, which it seems to be. It's a valid RSA key. There's not a typo in the key. Now we want to look at this. And this one is okay. Oh, just a second. I have to go join a brief stand-up. I will be back here in probably less than 15 minutes.
Okay,
Sure.
that's a
Yeah.
cliffhanger.
All right. I will rejoin the call.
Okay. Since Lars is driving this, we can take like a 15-minute and then just return.
Yes,
Awesome.
let's share a countdown somehow. 15 minutes.
Hello again. Oh no, it's break time. All right, I'll be
Yeah,
back.
we're taking a 15-minute break.
Okay, I just
Yeah.
submitted a PR with an updated private key for the certificate
Okay.
because I think it looks like that I somehow got the wrong private key there.
Let's take a look at the PR in 5 minutes then.
All
And
right.
have 5-minute break.
Sounds good.
Good.
Okay, gonna merge the key update.
Sure.
Awesome, merged. I'm gonna sync it.
So you think the certificate was wrong, or?
I
The
think the
key.
key was wrong.
Mhm.
And I'm not even sure how that happens because it was a private key, but it was a different one than the one that it was supposed to be.
You sent a PR updating the secret. Was that the key or was that the cert?
That is both. That
Oh.
is the OpenShift secret that contains both the certificate and the secret.
But what did you update in the PR before
The key.
Okay.
Like Lars
So-
before, Lars updated both, but right now he updated just the key.
Right.
Okay, the key has been updated on the.
All right.
true.
So let's go back to the not the console. To the command line. And I think we might have to kill off the running router because it's been stuck in crash loop back off for about an hour now.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to delete that.
It should be repopulated from the deployment,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Okay, I think that was successful. The new pod came up and it's killing off the other router pod and creating that one. And now they both show as ready. So let's come back here.
Could you share your screen maybe?
Sure, and I can log
Thank
into
you.
the console now. I need to find my Meet window. There it is. That's this one. And so I am back in the console here. And if we go back to the Ingress namespace, we see that everything seems pretty happy now.
Mhm. And I can log in as well.
All right.
Same.
So now we can sync the OAuth back, right?
I'm going to stop presenting and give that back to someone else.
Okay. I'm gonna grab that. A window, this window. So we have this resource that we need to sync. Okay. That's nothing crucial. How's the authentication? Authentication is progressing. Authentication is available. So if I log out, we should
log
have...
out. That's what your private window is for.
No. You need to do it
Oh, I see
properly.
it.
I'm sharing one window.
It's there.
Oh, okay. You're not sharing a screen.
Nice.
Yeah. It's in there. Good. So now I'm me again.
Yeah, I'm able to log in with my SSO.
Good. This is old news, old news. Good. So what applications are we missing right now? This is fine. This is fine. What is out of sync? Mailing list, operate for Jupyter Hub. This is syncing. Okay. We may need to restart the thing. But that's fine. Jupyter Hub.
Jupyter looks like it's working.
Sync PVCs are missing.
Can you sync the out of sync resources in the cluster resources app? So we can get the role bindings in?
Probably not, because the namespaces are not created yet. These
This
are
is-
created from the Kubeflow.
No, the role bindings and stuff. We could sync those.
No, we can't, because the rule binding is placed within a namespace.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So let's see what's going on in the Jupyter Hub. Jupyter Hub is doing something, and the PVCs are not.
Lars, how did we solve the error with the certificate? What was the problem?
The problem was that the configuration included the wrong private key for the certificate, and so we updated that to have the correct key.
And there was a incorrect key, or maybe a line that was added, or just the
No,
key
there was
itself?
an incorrect private key.
Okay.
That was all me.
Don't have it. Oh, we're just patching the manifest created from Jupyter Hub, so this won't sync. Okay, so this is fine. Once the PVC is actually created by the Jupyter Hub spawner, this will apply. So this is okay. Oauth monitoring. Why this is not syncing? Because we don't have the operator deploying things yet. So let's see. Oauth monitoring. Nothing installed operators. Okay. We don't have a KFDev for the Oauth monitoring yet. Why is that? Do we have a KFDev for the Oauth monitoring?
Yeah. Just filter out by KFDev.
Yeah, here. Let's sync here. Oh, well,
terminate it. Oh.
Yeah, let's terminate it.
Terminate it and just sync the KFDev first and try it that way. Yeah, okay, now sync the whole thing.
Yeah, It's already synchronizing. So this will be deployed by the operator, hopefully picked up at some point.
I'm gonna write that one down. I feel like.
Yeah, Prometheus is already provisioning. Grafana, good. This is good. So this should at some point sync just fine. So there's monitoring, observatorium.
Observatorium should break, I think, because we need to set up the bucket for it.
Okay, the bucket is not tracked in here.
No.
Okay, can you please add a bucket claim?
Yep.
For
Is the OCS operator or Ceph operator
yes,
set up?
that's already set up. So you can prove if it works or not.
Yeah. Let me create a PR. So.
Good. We can sync the KFDev anyways, right? That shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, that should work.
Grafana, data source. Oh. Okay, yeah, the KFDev should install. Okay, Grafana Observatorium is synced. What are we missing in here? Some secrets. Let's sync it.
There are PVC issues for OPF monitoring and probably other namespaces as well.
We should have PVCs.
OPF monitoring, the PVC is in pending state. I think it's stuck.
Okay. For this class yet. What's the storage class in here? We don't have the default storage class set on the cluster right now.
Oh,
that might be
makes sense.
it. So we have, what was this default storage class, Lars? This
It
one?
would have, yeah, it was going to be either this FFS or the RBD one.
We can check in Jupyter Hub, like the PVCs there worked.
It's specified there, yeah.
Either one of those will work for.
And how do I set it as a default one?
I think it is an annotation or label on the storage class. Let's look that up.
This is the storage class.
It's an annotation.
Okay, did you find it?
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for the docs to load. There we go. Changing the default storage class.
That's a detail.
Do you want to do it here or do you want to do it via the configuration repository?
And can we do it because this is a storage class provisioned from the OCS?
Can we do it as a, is it possible to do it as a patch? Or do we have to have the entire resource?
We can try it. We can try patching it.
I mean, I guess my question is, does OC apply know to fail if you try to patch a resource that doesn't exist, or like what happens? Like, because if you start applying stuff before this resource has been created, what happens?
If you apply it as a patch, like it fails to render as a customize, so
okay.
it would block the whole application.
But so customize doesn't know anything about resources that exist in the cluster, so it doesn't care one way or the other.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, therefore we can't do a simple customized patch for it. We need
Yeah,
to
that's what I was
define the
wondering. So
source.
wait, yeah. All right. Well, I guess do it here then, although it makes me sad.
Any ideas, Humor?
Can we not just store the resource? I know it's created, but if you're adding it, we're essentially doing the same thing, right? Like once it gets created, like eventually Argo CD could just sync it with what it has. No?
So it's got a UID on it, which I don't know what that's used for. And
But
that's
all resources have that.
does it? Okay, I wasn't paying any attention to the others. In that case, I don't know.
Like I don't see anything like that's
Yeah.
auto-generated. That it seems like the names are kind of very deterministic. So
Okay, we can certainly try that.
So should we store it as a whole thing?
I think we should first see if it works. I mean, it should.
Yeah,
but,
save it. Let's see
right.
if stuff stops breaking.
It is the default. It's things are being bound. This is pending, and it should reconcile this in a bit. We'll see. Yeah, I may just Google it myself, right? Not asking questions. So what I'm looking right now is if the OpenShift container storage can set a default storage class. So we have 4 PVCs pending. This one is not important. This one is, and these 2 are as well. What other applications are not syncing? This is fine. PVCs are.
Can you delete one of the PVCs and sync the resource again? Maybe if you try recreating it, might work.
Well, the Jupyter hubs, they won't sync, right? Because that's missing.
Oh, not Jupyter Hub, the Prometheus
The
ones.
monitoring, yeah. Yeah, let's try that. I'm gonna kick off those pods and recreate it. Okay. Okay, this was successful. This looks fine to me.
Nice, yeah.
This is fine. Cluster management, what is failing in here? Yes, those are the Kubeflow stuff. Those are people who not yet logged in. It's fine. And other than that, we should be set. Right? What's this reporting? Version is failing. Why is version failing? This is fine. We need to figure that out. Version. This is fine. Okay. Okay, this cluster seems fine right now, and things seems to be synced properly. Two pods are failing. Why are they failing? Auth infra. Just error. Took longer. Let's clean the pod. This looks successful to me.
Excellent.
Yeah.
We have few pods pending. Image pull back off or Argo in thought. Why is that? Argo CLI.
Okay, cluster monitoring is working as well.
Good. Awesome. Argo CLI.
Okay, I added the storage class PR, but we can first check to see if we can do it via configs first. And if
Oh,
not,
you did? Good.
I figured we'd wait on it before to see if we can set it, set the default first. And if we can't, then we can try this out.
Yeah, let's try it out.
Okay.
I mean, like the default worked on the cluster,
Yeah.
the annotation. So,
I don't
and
know how
the
we're gonna do this.
application is not auto-syncing. So we should see all the differences if there's anything
Yep.
problematic. I'm just gonna merge it. And refresh this. And now we will break all the things with the Kubeflow, right?
There you can see that it's the same. And if you want, you can sync it.
Okay, I'm gonna start praying now.
Let's sync you.
In the Israeli army, you can choose on what to swear when you go to the IDF on the Bible or not. Most of the Israeli is not swearing on the Bible. Maybe my friends, but yeah. Fun fact.
Okay, I don't care much about those image pullback of pods and chat notifications, pro controllers. I don't care about this as well. This seems like build image streams from the Todd something. Argo CLI.
What's with the Jupyter Hub errors with the PVCs?
It can't apply it because the manifests are not complete. Because we're applying it just as a patch on top of those manifests created by Jupyter Hub spawner.
Isn't this what we wanted to do just now with the storage class? So it is trying to patch it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention there. Did it actually do the thing that we wanted?
The storage class, the default one? Large.
Yes.
Yeah, we're tracking it now.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
It's not patching it though, I think. We're replacing all the values. We just store it in Git now instead of like.
Okay, so we are storing the whole object and just deploying that.
Yeah.
My question was more about like PVCs in Jupyter Hub. You're saying that those are being patched, but since the original ones so they're not complete. So I was patching it, which is.
It is reporting like.
I see. Gotcha. Cool.
It needs the access mode set, so the spec is not complete, and we obtained a complete spec from the Jupyter Hub spawner. So we will just patch it by Argo CD once those people log in.
Yeah, got it.
That should be it. What was the Kubeflow, right? Anand, still praying?
Yes.
Is it still deploying like the cert managers and all that stuff, or did you remove that from the KFDev?
I think I removed everything that was not needed, but the cert manager stuff was needed.
Oh, can we look at the KFDev just to see?
Looking at it right now, we have the Istio, cluster gateway, Istio. Hate it already. Tecton CD. Tecton.
Okay.
What if we remove these things and well, we need Tecton CD, right? Because it's different from the OpenShift pipelines.
Yeah, and I think it needed Istio for
the dashboard,
the
like
dashboard or something.
Yeah, it uses it to do the user. I actually don't know. I just feel the route to the some of the routes. Yeah. So.
Okay, let's merge it as is for this cluster. And once we're migrating the stable critical workloads to the cluster by the end of the month, we will revisit the Kubeflow and do it properly.
I like that. Let's do that.
Okay.
Yep.
Merging. No, I need the app of apps, right? Okay, cluster resources. Why this is out of sync? Oh, we don't want to turn that on yet. and we want to add this. Okay, creating the Kubeflow application. It's trying to deploy to namespaces which are not permitted for the operators project. That's expected, right? Because the operators does the name prefix in there.
Mm-hmm.
And this is trying to deploy Cert, Kubeflow, and things like that.
We can add it.
Yeah, we need to add this to the project.
The Kubeflow namespace should already be created, I think.
What's the? Can you give me the namespaces?
Let me check.
You would need to render the KFDev.
No, like what namespaces does it need to be able to deploy to that doesn't have access? So Kubeflow, you said? The ones that don't have the prefix.
Oh, it's deploying just to the Kubeflow.
It's just the
Is it?
Kubeflow name.
Yes, it's just the Kubeflow because the rest is taken care of by the ODH operator.
Okay, you can manually add it. I'll send in a PR right now if you want.
No, just send in a PR and
I
timer
sent
should approve it.
a link to a comment where it states all the namespaces that it deploys to.
STO knative. So this is interesting. Update just in time. Okay, so we will need to update Kubeflow anyways by the end of month probably, because that includes new STO and knative.
Ilana, you should leave and go eat dinner.
No, that's okay. I think Dan is not on stream. No, I'm just joking.
I'm wondering about one more thing, and that is how, if I should reopen the previous bug for the namespaces and names in ACM, or file a new one, a duplicate one.
Send in a PR.
Good.
They should sync. Projects are, we have an app for it. So
And hopefully our CI will start picking up the PRs, and Sasheta will start responding on them at some point.
okay, it should be able to deploy to that namespace now.
Okay, let's see the project. Yes, it's there. Kubeflow. OPF Kubeflow. What is this?
created a PR for the object bucket claim for Loki.
Okay. Right now we're creating the it should be syncing. I don't know why it takes so long. And I think you want to use I think you want to use a fixed name for the bucket because you probably want to reference it in the manifests.
Yeah, I
So
do.
just
I'll have to create a secret again anyway, so I thought it wouldn't really matter.
you need to create a secret anyways.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm gonna resolve my conversation myself without any input and just approve it.
Thank you.
And I'm wondering what's going on in this thing. Server could not find requested resource. Oh, Kubeflow demo can't be synced because this CRD is not existing yet. But why it's not deploying the KFDEV? Terminate here, let's sync here. Okay, this one is okay. And let's wait for the KFDEV. Okay, the ODH
Nice.
operator kicked in. Therefore, oh, it's synced already. Yes, it did.
Perfect.
So this is not yet deployed. What is the ODH dashboard telling us? And what is the Jupyter Hub telling us?
So those namespaces are being created.
So we can start syncing the
Mhm.
cluster resources. Do I have it here anywhere? No, I don't. I need to load it. No, infra. This one. Sync out of sync just so we can be faster. Okay, we may probably need to kick the ODH dashboard pod to pick up those applications. Jupyter Hub is working.
Observatorium is syncing. It's synced.
Good. Jupyter Hub is up and running. I'm gonna kick those dashboard pods. Or it should be just one, right? No data catalog dashboard.
Oh, I messed up. The bucket name. I named it the same thing that the secret in Observatorium is called.
Then that's one more PR for you today. Okay. I've hit F5 on the wrong window.
Nice.
Show enabled.
These image backoff errors, they're not, are they like project specific or?
Yes, that's from Todd from their Argo CD.
Gotcha.
From their Argo, sorry, Argo workflows. We might need to investigate what's happening in the image streams on there. But I don't know what's happening in this thing because the ODH dashboard should be picking it up.
For the is ACM installed or the operator, or do we have to wait for that
Where?
in the zero cluster? Were we
No,
planning to install it?
no, it's not installed, but we can install it. We can install the operator. You mean for providing the observatorium resource?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna add this subscription to this cluster as well. Mhm.
Was Cert Manager removed from the KFDev?
No idea.
Anand?
I don't know either.
As the namespace didn't get created, so we should, if it did, we should remove it from the zero cluster.
Let's see if the Kubeflow works without it.
Yeah.
Let me test it.
And so I have this PR for the ACM that should provide the observatorium resource. And what's wrong with the dashboard? Because it should be able to see into all those namespaces. Okay, I may need to check that from the image.
I'm seeing the CI chat. Oh, that's. Is that the ones, or do those run from our namespaces, or those are Thoth?
Once again, those error reports.
The AICOE CI pre-commit checks and the build checks on the PRs.
Not sure what's picking it up.
That might be OPF CI pipelines.
If you click on the details, it's pointing you to BSI cluster.
Same. Okay. All right. I'll merge it. Okay. ACM should be deploying to. Let's look at cluster resources.
It's syncing. Initiated by me. How come I didn't do anything? Now it froze.
Oh man, you need to add some filters to that one. That's going to be slow.
ACM. Get out of sync and this out of sync. And I agree the UI is horrible.
There's a long way to go.
I don't know if Patternfly is any better, but
I think also part of it is that it's so jarringly different from the rest of the OpenShift UI.
it's not a Red Hat product, right?
Yeah.
So this is the zero cluster. Should at some point start seeing, yes, we have ACM. We have do we have Observatorium already? It's probably still. We have the resource here. So the Observatorium application should now start doing something.
No. Maybe we should sync it again because it should create the observatorium resource one more time, I guess.
Well, there is an Observatorium resource. Maybe This is a thing that didn't occur to me. Or observatorium IO. What do we have here? Blank screen, apparently. Core observatorium IO. That should work just fine. And we have the resource in here. Okay, I'm gonna delete it and sync it. Maybe the operator is that dumb that it's waiting for a create event. Or it's a namespace operator and it's installed just within the async namespace.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not even here. I don't know what the async is doing with the observatorium resource. Okay, anyways, this is something we can solve later, right? We can deploy just the deployment. And
Yeah.
just
It should not be a big deal.
revert that PR that I just did. That should be fine. So what we are missing? We're missing working dashboard. How's the Kubeflow looking? Knative is here. Roads.
One of the pods was airing out. I don't know what that air is. The application controller.
Application control in Kubeflow.
Yep.
Stateful sets.
Otherwise, the Kubeflow dashboard works fine. Looks good.
Starting container. Permission denied. Does it require privileged? It shouldn't, because it was working at the same configuration. Interesting. The dashboard's working though. Anand, can you file a bug for this, please?
Upstream Kubeflow?
No, for us.
Yep.
I don't think we can sort it out right now, and I would like to wrap this thing at some point, so we don't need to dig into individual apps anymore.
I think we should just like add the Cert manager namespace, regardless of whether we're doing it through Kubeflow or not. We're going to be adding Cert manager, so just to get the cluster resources syncing.
Then create a PR.
Yeah, so I'm going to add one right now.
Good. Okay, do we miss anything? I'm going to file an issue for the ODH dashboard for us in our fork.
Should I re-enable the alerts? Or is it too early?
Wait, I think we have, are all the things that we were learning on running? If so, then I think it's fine.
So, and we're gonna okay, I'm wondering how why is not the CI picking up things yet?
Is this related to the backup pods or no?
I don't know. It probably is. So what is happening? Pulling back off builds, image streams.
This is the Cert manager namespace peer. I've linked it.
And I've merged it.
Okay, refreshing.
I'm wondering what's going on with the image streams. It's getting a tag. It's fine. This is fine. Well, I don't know. From this, it's getting a hash. Should be fine, right? Yes. Status updates the text, which is what happens when you get the image. So why it can't pull?
So these are all Thoth projects that are having these issues, right?
Because those are the only folks using image streams.
Okay. We don't have any other projects that are using image streams.
No, everything else does it.
Yeah. And they seem to be working.
Yeah, that's correct. Not
Okay,
sure though. Did we try spawning it up?
I did.
Interesting.
All right, folks, I'm going to need to drop off, I think, for a little bit.
Cool. I think we are mostly done.
We're nearly set. Yes.
Yeah. The rest is going to be very application specific stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lars.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. See you soon.
Bye.
So Jupyter Hub is starting for me.
Okay, so what's Thoth doing that's different?
It's not pulling from Quay, it's pulling from Google repository. That's the only difference, but like the images are resolved because otherwise you wouldn't get the hashes for it. The image gets resolved just fine. So I don't know why it's not being pulled. Image pull back off. Okay. Okay. This image. Is it fine? Notebooks. Yes, that's fine. where's this pod coming from? Replica sets. So it's coming from a deployment. Okay.
I just restarted the workflow controller and it's running fine now. Try restarting some of them.
Yeah, I scaled down and scaled up the deployment. What about the deck?
So thought backend prod should be okay.
I'm working through the CI namespace. Yeah, crier is fine. Hook, there's some failed job.
What's horologium? Sounds something from Harry Potter or something.
It's something with time, like. That means something with clock, right? From Latin.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
About this deployment?
I just heard Harry Potter and that's the only thing I knew.
Well, sometimes I feel like Harry Potter in these things. It's just magic. And I'm just clicking buttons. And it's doing something. And previously, Lars was typing like crazy, and it was doing something.
His typing was cooler though.
He's the Dumbledore.
Sorry. Syncer. Syncer is a...
I'm gonna try deleting the application controller pod in Kubeflow and see if that changes anything. I doubt it will. The Kubeflow dashboard seems to be working, so I think it's fine if it's broken.
Okay, so it's just CI prod. It's hard to say. It's that's the only one degraded now.
Seems fine to me.
So it should be fixing up then.
It's
Let me
init
refresh it.
error on one pod, but I don't know what it pod does. Let's delete it.
Yeah, get rid of it. Whatever.
GH proxy persistent volume. This is waiting for a persistent volume. Once deleted and recreated. I said deleted.
Okay, that might have fixed it. It's in progressing now, so just gonna wait for the health check and all that.
I think we should enable the alerts now. Most of the OPF services are up except Observatorium. And for Observatorium, we'll have to set up the operator. Right. We want to enable the alerts so it can create an issue automatically for me. I'm too lazy to create an issue.
Okay. Do it. The PR should already be there.
Okay. Prove it.
So you just need to merge it. Let me go to the step issue. I think we've done most.
So we have some pods failing, some are cluster-led add-on. Yeah, that's the ACM. I'm gonna revert the ACM PR.
Okay. Have you decided that we are installing the operator then?
Yes,
Okay.
like manually via the deployment.
Sounds good. I can create a PR for that today.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Okay, I'm gonna merge the last remaining docs updates. I don't think there's any more that we'll need to update after this.
Do I need to check out the new branch? No.
Oh, we'll have to update all the docs. Ugh.
I updated a lot of the links already.
And this is the revert PR. That should clear out these failing pods, because I don't care why they are failing, it's the ACM. Okay, this is interesting.
Okay, merged. How do we get our CI back?
It should start doing things, because now the CI has the pods running.
So that's CI prod.
And they would need to adjust the bucket secret for the tide, because the bucket name changed, or the bucket credentials changed. And this is pending. Why is it pending? Tell me, why is it pending?
What are you looking at? I wasn't paying attention.
What namespace is that?
CI Pro. We have a bucket which is pending for whatever reason. I won't see this bucket in the Nuba because it was created directly in Rook. So
One thing I can see is it wasn't able to generate the bucket name.
once again,
It wasn't able to generate the bucket name.
okay, why? What wasn't able to generate bucket name, like in this CI namespace?
Yeah,
No, it generated bucket name.
but like in the spec, it doesn't see. I don't see anything.
Please pending object bucket name.
I think I will go for today. Thank you for everything. It was very amazing to see all the debugging that Lars did and you guys. So thank you.
Thank you.
See you later. Bye.
Have a great evening. Okay, I'm gonna delete the claim and let's see if we can recreate it from the app.
What's the pod to monitor logs for this? Do you know? Like when it's like
that reminds me.
Pod to monitor logs for the buckets?
Yeah.
It's like if Kibana is up.
I don't think there's a pod. Like there definitely is a pod, but you can choose from all of these.
Yeah, I was my question was which one?
I think what you want is in
the storage
this thing, there's a storage cluster which is reporting Ceph cluster.
Somehow cluster logging is working, and we have like a couple of indices in
What do you mean
Kibana.
somehow? Yeah, it's
Somehow,
supposed
like,
to work.
that's the thing that breaks the most, man. Like,
Yeah, but we fixed it. Shh. It's live.
I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm gonna query some logs.
We actually have an update on that too. We're gonna have to check on somebody posted on long-term storage options.
Oh man, but this looks so good. Like there's log for the last minute. It's 12:59 right now, but there's logs for 12:58:44. It's perfect.
Oh. Okay, are there any PRs to merge?
Just one for Loki secrets.
So your bucket created just fine.
Yes.
Okay. Then it's a problem with the pro bucket. For some reason, it probably was created before we had the cluster set up.
Mm-hmm. I thought you deleted it.
I tried, but it's pending. And now it doesn't allow me to do anything.
Oh, can you, to the YAML, can you try removing the finalizer if it's got one?
I don't know if I can update it.
What was that error? Oh, status lost. That's
Good.
I've never seen that before.
Nice. So it's gone. We can sync it again.
It should be in the CI Pro. No, the other one.
Should I announce in the operate first channel that Jupyter Hub is up so people can log in and we can see fewer errors for the PVC stuff?
Let's wait a bit to figure out these last bits and then we can announce it.
Yeah, I agree. We should at least give it a day of also running and, or, you know.
Why is it not deleting? Delete. Okay. Okay.
We do a force delete maybe.
Okay, so I think the pod logs are in this pod. Nope, that's didn't copy. One sec. This one. I'm checking it in Kibana because I was able to search for it.
Why is it Nuba though?
I don't know.
Should be the other one, right?
I think that's I might have
Because-
looked at the wrong thing. So like this is the message I'm seeing, for example. I don't know. I don't know much about OCS and all this, so could be looking at the totally wrong thing.
Well, the storage class defines which operator is taking care of it. And the new Nuba is a multi-cloud gateway. And the bucket's not here. But you can choose, like, if you want to use the on-cluster one, which is this Ceph storage class, or you can do like an aggregated thing. So you can choose this one or this one. And it's just confusing, but this is like, I'm gonna try to force delete it from CLI. Okay. It gets recreated as a lost. Gonna disable autosync on the CI prod. So there's no bucket. Good. Let's think.
Oh, can you
Just
check if the
bucket.
secret at the config map was deleted as well?
Yes.
Or I can do that.
Yes.
Nice.
There's no secret. There's no config map. Syncing just the bucket now. Status lost.
Damn.
Why is it lost?
There's no finalizer on it anymore.
The Nuba logs have emojis in the OpenShift. Like, what? That's funny.
Okay, this resource is not telling me anything.
Let's try removing that additional config thing and see if that works, because that looks like that's the only difference between the bucket for Loki and this one
Which additional config?
in the spec that you're looking at.
That should be fine. That's like
I don't see any other
expected.
differences.
Okay. But the operator can't reconcile on the on the additional config anyways. So and that's, I've reported that upstream and they told me like, yes. Generation 2, something's remembering it. Okay, I'm starting to use Kibana, which means it's gonna break.
See, there are logs for this specific minute, which is amazing.
So it helps to add the pod name on the selected available fields.
Yeah, I'm trying to find which
So add Kubernetes.pod name
pod
and
name
add the
on-
message. Add the message at the bottom. Yeah. And that's what I'm looking at. You can see that it's complaining about the key. It was getting claimed for the key, unsupported provisioner.
Okay. This is interesting. Unsupported
Oh, it worked.
provisioner.
Something happened. Like it worked. The bucket claim works now.
Very serious? Yes.
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Yes. Okay. So
Wait, what did you do?
Yeah, it says now. Wait,
it's
God.
bound. It's fine. So to debug container storage, you just need to wait.
On this
That's kind of
cluster, it's
slow.
the opposite effect. When Tom goes on Kibana, things work instead of breaking. So
And now the tide needs to be updated with the bucket credentials. So I'm gonna ping Harshard.
Nice. No, it's running.
how would I filter by like a pod name in Lucene?
Kibana?
Kubernetes, yeah, pod.
Yeah, there's a Kubernetes.pod name index or label.
I just do like Kubernetes.pod name equals. No, that wasn't it.
Let me see. You can add a filter.
On
Yeah.
field value, how?
How? On the left side of your screen or browser, you should have like available fields. So you can select one field and you can add a filter for it.
Oh no. Okay, never mind. Hold on. I'll show you what I want to do once I figure it out.
Discover gateway timeout. Finally.
Wait, I don't have that error.
Because you're not me.
Just try again.
I'm gonna click OK and pretend it didn't happen.
Yeah, I'll just remove it from the recording. Okay, tide is still breaking.
Yes, because it's using the wrong credentials. I'm gonna file an issue in here.
All right, so what do we need to fix for the operate first side? That is observatorium and
Dashboard.
dashboard. It's 2. Anything else?
I don't think so.
Yeah, data catalog seems to be working. Tested Jupyter Hub. We'll ask some. Oh wait, Kafka is not deployed, is it?
Not sure.
No, Kafka is the whole namespace is empty.
Okay.
That's ODH logs. Check those because the KF def was deployed. We should do that just to confirm what's going on.
Yeah, there's a kfdef in there, but it's got no status. Let's kick the ODH pod.
Now see the logs first.
That's fine. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go eat.
And
Tom,
that's the last
you should-
missing piece, right?
we
Yeah.
we can
Yes.
continue to hack away on that. Like I don't think that's
Yeah.
requires all of us to all be online and stuff.
I think we can wrap things up and be done with it for today.
Yep.
Good. That was
I'll-
pretty successful.
Yep. Great
How
job, guys.
takes from when the cluster went up to getting everything deployed. Were we keeping track? Do we know?
We will know from the recording.
Oh yeah, good call. Awesome.
There's also one more thing that we need to do later on, and that's bring up the remaining nodes.
Yeah. Also, I think Lars may have added that as a comment, but adding what was it that we needed to add? It was a annotation for the volumes to show up.
For
yeah.
the storage nodes. He wasn't doing it for the worker nodes.
Yeah.
So, and these nodes that we are missing are worker nodes. So that should be fine. And they are discovered, approval required. What does it mean? To join the cluster. Oh, they want to join the cluster. Okay.
So you know how in Jupyter Hub, the PVCs, they won't deploy because of the access mode not being set, so that when somebody goes and creates the PVC, the Argo CD is going to patch that. So Argo CD is patching it, right? So like,
yes.
Couldn't we do the same thing with the nodes and the annotation here? Like create the node and but just to have the extra annotation, wouldn't it essentially patch it?
It may. We have no way to try it out because the nodes that we are missing in the cluster currently are not the ones that we need to patch with the annotation.
Yeah.
So we can try adding a resource which has only name and annotation.
Okay. We can check in on it and see like if there's any other ways around it. But yeah, just was wondering. All right, thanks, guys.
Do we want to do the approve here and let the nodes join the cluster?
These the worker nodes? Oh,
Yes.
discovered. I don't know. Is that all we have to do? Will it work? Where is that? I want to see that. So where are you looking? Oh, under compute. Ah, I see it. How did worker 0 get in? Did Lars just approve it or what?
No. The worker 0 was installed initially just fine. It was not failing.
I mean, yeah, I don't see why not. It would just kind of suck if things broke because as we're about to leave. Yellow.
Let's do it.
Yellow.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it one by one.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
SERP CSR approval required.
Approve the request to enable network functionality. Okay. You
Not
can.
ready.
Yes, that's expected. It should start provisioning the node. experimental host.
This is awesome.
Okay, I see. It has 14 pods.
Starting.
Pending, pending, pending.
Init.
You sound British.
That's failing. Keep
No.
alive. Chris
Let's
Lupica. Keep alive pod. Not ready.
Keep alive is not alive.
Something is running there too. And since it's reporting running, that sounds like the right outcome.
I mean, a lot of stuff is still happening, so we'll just wait and
Yeah,
see.
it's gonna wait. It's gonna need a bit of time.
Oh, we removed the ACM operator, right? Controller.
Yes, we removed the ACM from the zero cluster. It's
Okay,
ready now.
Nice. The ACM thing shows in pending, like in installed operators. It lists as pending.
No, please no. Pending. Uninstall. So
Nice.
That's probably because the install times, other resources that get created after you add in the subscription and stuff. Or, I don't know how you would do that. Figure that out declaratively.
Let's remove the namespace as well.
that should Argo CD should take care of it, right? Pruning those resources.
Argo CD takes care of like the parent resources, but the garbage collector is supposed to take care of any child resources. I don't know what the deal with is with operators, and
No, that's the cluster resources.
everything is running in that worker node except for the keep alive. But should we be concerned about this spot or what? Or I'm not seeing much feedback here.
It has a backup time out
Failed. Oh, I think.
of 6 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
Okay.
it should retry after 6 minutes. 5 minutes. So let's wait.
Yeah. You want to start the next one, or do you want to confirm this one?
Let's wait for this one. And I'm gonna delete the ACM namespace because Argo CD can't delete it.
I think it's waiting to delete a deployment in there or something.
No, it wasn't in terminating state. Done, it's gone.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh, we got the alerts. That was 30 minutes ago. I missed it, but that's nice.
Yeah. We need to somehow like make the alerts tag people because I always miss them.
Is that possible with the receiver or?
Should be like I feel like we can create a template with all our names in it, all our handles in it.
Okay. Nice if we could do a team.
I will actually work on the alerts relay, the receiver for the GitHub, to separate it to a specific namespace, so we can use it on the infra cluster as well.
I like that. Let's do it.
Wait, say it again.
To move that GitHub alert gateway to a specific namespace, so we can use it for the cluster monitoring on the infra cluster as well. So
yeah,
that's what I'm working on right now.
do we have monitoring enabled for the infra cluster? Like, or are we just using the OpenShift monitoring?
That's enabled by default every time. So if I go here or here on the overview, you have the monitoring in here and in here.
No, I meant, are we using user workload monitoring to monitor
Not yet. We don't have any user workloads in it except
Argo CD, right?
Except Argo CD, yes.
Yeah.
But I would like to use this cluster monitoring with the user workload monitoring for the infra. And for that, we need the GitHub alert gateway on the cluster, because it's no point of forwarding those alerts to the zero cluster and then to GitHub, because what about the zero cluster isn't working, right?
Mm.
Good. So where was it? Okay, it seems to be working now.
Nice.
Good. I don't know why it's still. Why is the request? Okay, let's try approving it again. Approve.
It's creating a new request every time.
New request?
Like the number changed every time you click.
It seems like it needed more certificates.
Yeah, it looks fine now.
So let's do
different
the,
requests.
Yeah,
Let's do
so let's do the
do it. Do it.
worker.
Oh,
It disappeared. What happened? Oh, it should appear at some point. Yes.
Nice.
okay.
And approve this one. I'm good at this.
You should be a manager and, approve everything.
I'm good at clicking things. I actually aimed for higher qualification than just clicking things, but that's good enough for me. Keep alive, crashing again. That is probably expected.
Yeah. I think it's just waiting for everything else to spin up.
We should have probably done this beforehand, huh? Are all the is the first worker node taking on most of the?
It doesn't matter. OpenShift can load balance.
Will it move active?
Not the existing pods, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of pods that'll just keep running for a long time, but new pods at least. So there's that.
Yeah.
Well, the OpenShift storage, the container storage operator, and logging, and the keyword is load balancing to the new load. So maybe it needs to have something running on every node. I don't know, but it seems to be doing things. Good.
Nice. We have two
This
more.
is fine. This is fine. What is interesting to me that there is no machine defined for it. It may be that doesn't come from the provisioner. Interesting. Now it seems worker provisioning.
I like how in 4.7 the manage fields are automatically like minimized. So
Oh yeah, that was annoying.
yeah,
I like that.
We may need to consult this with Lars if like those should be removed, or what should we do with those?
Let's put it in the thread, and
Yeah.
you know.
Okay. Lars just
Okay. Good to. So I'm going to turn auto sync back on.
please don't do anything with the.
read
Okay.
his comment. He updated his comment.
Oh shit! No. Oh man.
Nice.
All right. So it was Tom's fault. See ya.
Bye.
Kidding.
Okay.
Also tell him that we were very good at it.
Wait. So, but is it taking on workloads? What's the problem? Is it that?
No, it's not, right?
It seems to be working just fine. Elastic was using it to do some jobs.
I think that is
Fluent D on here.
Okay. Maybe let's ask Lars if he wants to pop back up in the stream.
I actually like the name Zero. It's much better than CNV.
Yeah. It reminds me of Mega Man.
Mind you, what?
Mega Man? Zero? No.
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 It was a character.
I always forget that you're not very young.
Mega Man is not old. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay. Lars read my message.
I did.
And
Don't worry about
he's
it, Alex.
training us.
I don't think anything actually happened.
Yeah, we need to apologize. I need to
Honestly,
apologize.
Yeah,
Sorry for that.
no, we are sorry.
That's all right. No, but I think they're still stuck, so that's all right.
They provisioned and they show up as ready in the OpenShift.
Do they? Well, hold on a
Yeah, they
second.
do.
Let me see where you're looking. Because I was just looking and they looked like they were still actually.
So like under the compute for nodes.
Yep.
Yeah. Like if you compute nodes,
Yep.
they are just fine.
Right. Do you
ready.
see how they're not associated with any machine?
And that's because those machines are still stuck in provisioning.
That's what I mean by still stuck. So those are stuck in provisioning. And if you look at the corresponding bare metal hosts, if you just go down there to the bottom on the left, they are provisioned. And they're actually just sitting there at their login prompts doing nothing at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but when you take a look at the nodes, they are actually running containers.
yes.
How is that possible?
That is kind of why I opened a support case.
Find out where they're running or
So these pods may not be even running in those nodes.
I couldn't tell you at this point. There are containers running on those nodes right now. Like you can log into them and run CRI control PS and whatnot. Get logged into one of those there.
Those machine resources are stuck from the time we provisioned the cluster, right? It's not that when we clicked approve,
Actually, go
we
back to
created
the list. How many machines are listed there?
all of them.
1, 2,
9.
3, 4, 5, 6. So that's weird then, because yeah, anyway, so that's something I'm still trying to figure out exactly what this is telling us.
If I take a look at the one that it's stuck in provisioning, the timestamp that is shown here seems like to be from the time that we provisioned the cluster initially.
Right. But there shouldn't be a node. They shouldn't have been able to create node resource without a corresponding machine resource behind them that's part of the machine set. So I suspect that maybe when I was deleting them, something didn't get deleted. So when they came back with the same host name, they started getting scheduled. So I think that the state of the cluster is a little odd right now.
The machine config pool is reporting 6 ready machines and 0 unavailable.
Well, that's interesting. That's a change. For a long time, it wasn't. Like I opened, let me just see here. If I come back here, I was putting information in a case just a few minutes ago. And if I looked at the machine set, which is now pausing. Yeah, if you look at the machine set resource, at least on the CLI, it shows a count of 6 with 4 ready.
Where did you post it?
I didn't post it anywhere. I'm just saying if you run, if you get machine set from the CLI. So like if I click on machine sets here, yeah, like if you click on machine sets in the UI, under machines, it says 4 of 6 machines.
Yes, ready and 4.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
So machine, okay. Interesting. So the machine API is not in sync with the nodes.
It looks that way, yeah.
Okay. And the ACM, what is ACM reporting? ACM is reporting 9 nodes, correct CPU and RAM. Can you see it as well?
What's that? Where? How? What? Why? Yeah.
This is.
Yeah.
Seems
I mean,
right.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, exactly. I'm not surprised that we see this here since they are showing up in the nodes list in the cluster.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if like this line was showing in here, but what makes me surprised is that it's reporting the CPU and RAM. Therefore, it must be attached to that node somehow.
Well, like we've seen, the nodes are running containers, so they've been from one end of OpenShift, they seem perfectly fine. It's just from within the context of the machine API, there appears to be some kind of a data synchronization issue there. We'll figure it out.
Good. So I'm glad we didn't broke anything with clicking on the buttons.
That's all right.
Good. And other than that, all the workload seems to be just fine on the cluster. You have 2 pods crashing. This is something from the ACM. And the other one is because of credentials to a bucket, which was regenerated, so it needs to update their credentials back, which is different from the secrets. So they need to engineer a YAML, not a YAML, a JSON, including that secret. But other than that, we're pretty much happy with what's going on in here. Skipping lease policy. Pod is not running. Okay, I don't understand this thing, but it doesn't seem to be crucial. Other than that, I think we can wrap this call up. Because
I have a question for you folks. I've with this cluster now and with the CNV cluster, after we'd started deploying workloads, the Open Data Hub workloads and whatnot on it, when I'm using the CLI, I'm often seeing a API throttling message. Do you know what causes that? No, you've seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm facing the same, yeah. Like the only solution to that, what I've been able to see anywhere, was like upscaling the API pods.
Okay, and I don't get it all the time, and I can't imagine that we are CPU bound yet.
I don't know how much API traffic is the Argo CD generating and the ACM is generating. So maybe there's something in there generating a lot of traffic.
All right. Well, maybe that's another issue to open with someone at some point, but not critical.
Good.
All right. Cool.
Thank you very much. This was a successful day.
Awesome.
We got some big kudos from Randy George, by the way, for being on top of that ACM bug yesterday. They found that really useful.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Good job. Yeah.
All right.
Great.
See you, folks.
See you.
See you, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.